Hello and welcome everyone. Poof. Uh, oh, tablet, stop it. It was surprisingly close shave. I'm surprised that I actually managed to get here. Like on many Thursdays, well, a few Thursdays since it's relatively a new thing. I was actually playing HeroClix, and the store closes at 8. And I tried to leave the store early, as at a way earlier spot than usual because I needed to do groceries. Yet it got to this, like about 10 minutes late as where I would want to start. So a close shave, in the end quite good timing. The weather being what it is made additional slowing, and traffic being very, very annoying as well. But further ado from that, let's actually start up the game. But at a quick notice, for the first time, I think that I created an actual HeroClix team today. And I will play that team next time as well. It's a Mystic team. And, well, like, the thing that is why it feels like it's the first real team I made is because it actually has strong figures in it, because I got very lucky with boosters. So, the team consists of Infamous Iron Man, Scarlet Witch, Wiccan, and Mordo. So they all share the Mystic keyword and all are Mystic. And I would like to replace Mordo, because now that I look at the things, Mordo's attack power is very low comparatively. Like, he does have the nice healing things, but I don't know. Maybe I should just keep him more on the back end, just make sure that he's an extra. Doesn't do anything but stay near Wiccan to get more defense. I know. I need to learn how to play the game proper. But let's get to the case, which is second to last case. And I will open my last bottle of Ultra Iced Tea. I've been saving it, and I think today I earned it. I actually won a game and tied a game. I didn't lose any. So very abnormal. And none of my figures died the entire day. So, very abnormal. This is very different, but it's good. I wonder what the flavor actually is, because it's just called red fruit. This old computer interface. It's at the same time, it's too new and too old at the same time. And I hate the color choices. Eesh. And yeah, like at the beginning of the game, we are actually in the past. And well, since we are not shown years, other than just how many years from what is from the current, you just have to make maths and guesses when everything takes place. And you might have noticed that the Phoenix was in a weird environment. There was clearly hospital-looking, tools, things. how to say appliance? No, not appliances. I forgot what's the word in English. If there even is a good equivalent. Well, just tools. It's in essence means a specific type or category of tools. But yeah, hospital things. It might be a spoiler of what's to come, but we already know that it cannot be direct leading of this because this will take before Phoenix even came into picture. But let's go. You know, it would have actually fitted quite well if this would have been actually the first case in the game, and it would have like foreshadowed everything. But sadly, the case that we saw, like that was actually the first case, is kinda necessary to make the story flow to happen like before. So, maybe like the timing and pacing of things seems overall kind of odd. Maybe I would have removed the case that was the first case in the second game completely, moved the case that was the first case in this one there, and then this case being the beginning of this game, and add another like a full-fledged case, because that case really shouldn't be there. What was the first case in the second game? It's the same thing that happens there happens elsewhere, so it would be better that it doesn't happen twice. Those things wouldn't happen twice, I mean. And there would be many good cases to replace. Like that, like in essence, to slot in for this game. It would be very hard to choose. We have cases in the anime, we have cases in the manga. What would I have wanted to see the most? Maybe the case with the noodle shop. I should really read the manga again. But the issue is that I have those home, and usually at home I don't have time to read. Well, not much time to read. Like, instead of sleeping I read, like I used to do when I lived back home, but you know, there's only a very limited time for that. And now that everyone has seen Armando, I bet you guys are making certain expectations. And funny enough, the expectations that I had were much more complex, because I thought that, yeah, they wouldn't make it that direct. It actually was. It actually was. Well, it would be normal that both sides should. In a case like if there is gonna be a beginner on the other side, they should at least have like a helper that would, like, well, in reality in most cases, the one that would be in their first case would pretty much just be a mouthpiece for someone more experienced that's said to be their assistant when it's actually the other way around. Or well, actually, yeah, that after a couple of years where they have been an assistant for someone that really knows their deal, while they legit just watch and learn instead of doing the normal assistant priorities. They do it to some extent, but not that much. They're more about learning. But the other way, which many times is done because there just needs to be so many new people trained, they might just put two apprentices like facing one another from one side, like one apprentice other side, one apprentice other side, so it seemingly is a fair battleground, although everything always is heavily on the prosecution side, so it's not just, you know, the games. I have told multiple times, in reality everything is heavily on prosecution's side. It doesn't matter that the laws say innocent until proven guilty. In many cases, you are proven guilty until proven otherwise. Because that's what makes money. It's sad. But yeah. Two apprentices. Well, not apprentices, two beginners fighting each other. It's usually quite messy. Let me just tell that. But it needs to happen. More than you think. Like, just the trope that if a body is thrown to a river, it's usually never found. I never really understood that. It's like, the cases where that, like, actually works are places where the body gets eaten on the way. Yeah, it's normal that there are many rivers that are actually very, very vicious, and the body won't be found, but the body parts will be. And if you have enough DNA samples, you can identify that, yep, these used to be a part of someone. But, yeah, it's not a pretty sight, and actually going through the effort of shiving and trying to do that is not usually that key. But yeah. Just that the river having a huge current should that it's actually mentioned that yeah, it's a very high current stream in the river, and it being that bouncy, like in S-shaped constantly instead of a straight line. It's a very, very good indication that whoever falls into it should die. They ain't gonna survive. But I'm gonna leave it at that, and Gumshoe. Like when I first saw this. I'm not going to the very cheesy lines that Gumshoe is saying. Just the color scheme Gumshoe has, because Gumshoe looks exactly like he does normally, other than, well, the jacket is different color. I like to imagine that he's actually wearing the exact same jacket now that he's wearing later. It's just gotten so dirty and grimy it turned green. It would fit the character very well. Hoser? Hoser? That's that's a choice of a term, but I love that at least this judge actually has some backbone and dignity, because a prosecutor doing a finger wave like that at a judge would get them contempt of court, so yeah, it's not a good start for the career of Edgy Boy, but yeah. So we'll do the thing which we usually do and just start by pressing everything, since we aren't gonna be given a penalty for just pressing things right now. Like, Mia, I wouldn't have expected you to fall for some cheap trickery like that. And this is Edgy Boy you're talking about. Don't fall for some finger wagging glob like Edgy Boy. Come on, Mia. Backbone. Well, it actually looked very comfortable. Let's actually go through the evidence we have right now, so we don't have to do it later. So let's start with the map. It's a good thing we have a scale, since we have that 5-yard scale right here. But the issue is that things are definitely not to scale. If this is meant to be the car, It's almost 5 yards. Like, what? Is my definition of a yard way obscured? Or is that a fucking big car? Seriously. And, well, roads. I wouldn't think that the roads would be that wide in a fucking mountain region, as it's said to be. And I have, I remember reading that there are so many people complaining, like, they wouldn't let a bridge this dangerous exist. They would tear it down and build a new, safer one. That's a deadly chasm. They would build fences and everything around the chasm, and no, they wouldn't. It is very, very, very likely, and I'm talking about this from experience I know from US and our country here and with many others. If there would be a quote-unquote traditional bridge like this, it would become protected. They would keep it repaired and they would maintain it. It would remain here. Most likely, whatever was the purpose of the bridge would be obscured, so it wouldn't get that much traffic. It would just be a historical site, so it would be maintained as much as it is maintained. They wouldn't build any, additional supports other than what's like absolutely necessary. Most likely these have been added later on as additional support for the bridge, so it would go under that. Maybe on one side they could add some gating for the car park, just because it's a historical site, and they would add a sign that claims the history of it. But if the bridge would be a actual necessary traffic site, it would have been torn down ages ago. They would have made a bridge that could service cars. But it's very rare to find where, like, a place like this, there is something beyond the bridge on this side that still serves there to be a car connection, that there to be actual traffic to this other side. Very, very, very unlikely to find. Even back home, the river goes in essence through the city. There is 2 big bridges in the entire city, and big on quotation mark, but they are main bridges. They are constantly maintained, they are constantly guarded, blah blah blah. Traffic goes through them. In addition to that, like those 2, there is, I think there's only 3 that are still existing. No, 4. 4 bridges that still exist that go through it in, like, less trafficked area. Those bridges were made to be car bridges, but their maintenance is teeter-totter. They are quite small. They are never gonna be upscaled because traffic through those are very tiny. They even constantly say that they might make it so that cars aren't allowed to go through them anymore, because everyone can just drive extra 20 kilometers to use one of the bigger bridges that are right next to each other, stone those away from one another. Yeah, surely, instead of me driving 3 minutes, let's drive half an hour to go all around. But yeah, that's what it's the common way. Like, there needs to be a certain amount of traffic that anyone gives enough of a fuck. They even let some of the bridges, because first I was like 3, but then I remembered there was 1 extra. There used to be 2 more. There used to be even 2 more, but they were demolished because there was floods at years like about 10 years ago or so, there were floods. Both of them got under the water because they were based on very old bridges, so they were very low, very close to the water. They got damaged. They were like, yep, we are just cutting all traffic from this. Remove. Both caused that there are houses that are right next, like right on the other side of the river. They used to have a minute, like under a minute, of walking distance from one another. Now they have to take 45 minutes with a car to get from one house to the other because the bridges aren't there anymore. I can understand the pain, especially since there used to be a babysitting service on one side of the bridge and lots of families on the other. There's no way that babysitting service is gonna get any traffic anymore because it was on the complete other side of the bridge where all the families used to live, because on that other side of the bridge there were just fields in addition to that babysitting center. Oh, and things like that. It's a pain, but that just happens. And I've been blabbing on for like in 20 minutes about the bridge. Then let's go to the note. So, this is everything. Quite a little. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. At that bridge. Like, some of the ways how this has been society is a tad, but we'll just leave it at that. But yeah, the entire point of everything, why I wanted to go through the evidence. This actually looks quite comfortable. Like, she's fitting there quite nicely. That's an acceptable headrest. Looking at... Oh well, not looking because, well, graphics are quite simplified. But what would the build and make of the car, as much as is shown, I would assume that it's not fur lined, but it's kind of like fur. More like a rug. But I don't think a rug lined is a English term. I know that it is a term over here, but I don't know it's a term in English, but yeah. A trunk like this is usually lined in a rug-like material, so it's not that soft, but it is a bit soft. Like, the material isn't that thick, so there is some softness to it. And if you can actually fit that well into a trunk, that the head is actually like here instead of being shoved, boop, everything there. Yeah, you should have been in a comfortable state. Of course, the person we're talking about is dead at this point, so that wouldn't matter. But because the judge was all about, that looks uncomfortable. We're talking about the dead person. Anyway, like, well, oh yeah, I forgot that. I forgot that they actually have this as like a line, because this is a very abnormal way how to represent. So Let's go with the pressing route like usual. So, now that we have gone through everything, and sorry that I've been a bit spastic there, absent-minded might be a more right way to say it, I guess. I was actually answering a couple important messages throughout there, and one happy message as well. Like, now that I'm in a complete, in a running Necromunda campaign, I'm also in a running Blood Bowl campaign. I'm technically in a running Age of Sigma Path to Glory campaign, but it has remained dormant for so long, I think it might be okay just to say it's dead. But another campaign that's been in the same roster as the Path of Glory one, even though it's been in the state of dormancy for even longer, is the Warcry campaign. And I think that now there is good signs that we're gonna restart it. And I would be happy to play more Warcry. It's been such a long time, and it would inspire me to actually paint the Warcry scenery I have waiting. I'm starting to wonder, like, where did I even put the stuff for them? Because I can see on my painting table some of the catacomb scenery, but not all of it. I know I didn't even base coat all of it, but the most of it is here. Most of it is just base coated. Some of it I actually have finished, which is good. It's gonna take me a while to get those done, but and I don't know which warband to go with. I have many options now. I don't know. Most likely something with Chaos, because I do want to utilize all the beasts I have. Especially the Mind Stealer Sphinx. It's adorable. But yeah. So let's actually advance, and as far as I remember how to, you know, go ahead is, come on, window, there we go. I'm actually in the proper window now. My pointer actually went off the screen and I was trying to very desperately get it back. I couldn't see it for some reason. So we need to go to here. So there is something wrong with this picture. Anyone have any idea what could it be? Remember what it said in the note? Wear a white scarf. She's not wearing any. And it must be nice that the first time you're in a actual duty in court, you get the pursuit song. Must feel nice. And very illegal, because, like I have stated multiple times before, evidence should be shared by both parties before anything, you know, goes ahead. That's how it works in real life. But I love the way how he mentioned it. It makes it seem exactly the way Phoenix does it. Like, I have done my own investigation and I found this random piece of evidence. I will just pocket it and show it when it's time. And I will spoil that will actually have a consequence to Phoenix at some point, but in a very, very wrong way. But I'm not gonna say when. Remember that there is a fourth game, and then there is an entirely new trilogy after that and spin-offs, so it could happen anywhere. Let's move on. And let's look at that scarf. Unfortunately, the only thing we can see is just worn by the victim at the time of the incident and found at the bridge. But there it is. It's a good thing that me at least shown some backbone that I have. You cannot skip. I have a right to cross-examine. But let's just go through with this. It's well, quite something. You'll soon see. Come true, why? Neither part shouldn't have that much of an impact, yet you need to bash it on. Like, I'm fearing that there is some awful connotation that they want to bring forward from this. Because I don't remember, is Japanese and American schooling system, are they identical in like at what age you go where? I keep forgetting which step is college. What age are you in college? Because over here, our schooling system, the years do not match. Even with the extension to like what you have to study, what you're forced to study before you are allowed to stop, won't make it, you know, equal. It gets it closer, but not exactly equal. And I still find it weird how they just added an extra year. Like, it's good. I like that it's there, but it really should be that they make sure that you are full age and you would get at least base education through, because you can still, if you are left behind too many times, just leave out of it. I can understand if there is a reason why you can't graduate, but for most, the reason why you're left behind is because you aren't in school, you're just escaping school. And there's lots of folks that are doing it, especially nowadays, so future isn't bright on that part. Go around. I'm not gonna stop it all just because you joined there. So things will move on. And I doubt it. You're free to attempt, but it might take you a moment to catch on. Like, they will go through the details of what has happened, but well, let's just say what we know now won't really put things forward that much. But yeah, we are slowly getting into things, let's just say it that way. But how you're doing? Well, in this case, no. There are actually cases where the members of the Scooby Gang are actually being prosecuted, but not this one. Not this one. Like, he gets close, let's just say. He gets close, but he does some crucial things which put him very far from that. Let's just say he's a character very much akin to many animes, but not of cartoons. Without spoiling anything. Organize everything. You have special plans for the long weekend? I still haven't had time to do that. Like, since I've been like going to the game store every day this week so far. Like, I want there to be more games. I want to play more miniature games. So I kind of would want there to be additional games, so I would go there on the weekend as well. But on the other hand, since I've been going there every day, I haven't had time to paint. Like, everything I have painted are these two small, well, not golems, gargoyles. So, these two small gargoyles. And so far, I only have been able to paint the base gray, and both of them are carrying a small treasure chest. So the base wooden color for those. Oh yeah, and just a startup on their eyes. I'm making one eye, like the other's eyes green and the other's eyes red. Otherwise, I try to make them identical. So they will have a small thing that will differentiate them. I don't think that there is gonna be a need for that, but at least there's something. But they are very small and very beginning of everything, so I haven't had time to paint. I want there to be a lot of time to paint during the weekend. Hopefully, I don't need to go anywhere other than to do the store at some point. Since sadly there won't be Minecraft tomorrow, I might go to the store at that point. Hey. But yeah. What do you mean in 2 days? You know that tomorrow is the beginning of the weekend, right? Tomorrow is a holiday, so tomorrow is officially weekend. And it is a long weekend because we have a holiday, we have a Saturday, then we have a holiday Sunday, and then a holiday Monday. Long weekend. Kinda makes me wish that I would be working, just for the sake that I could say, oh yes, long weekend. Okay, now that we have gone through that. So, throughout this entire cross-examine, we didn't really get much. We just know that there's someone that's a witness to everything, and they accidentally took a photo, but they don't want to be presented here, so... yeah, we don't really have much now, do we? But we do have a contradiction. So, not this one, not this one, not this one, but this one. Yes. A very important contradiction right here. Criminal shot the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Behind. Shove them from behind. No, wait. No, shit, am I actually... damn it. I'm thinking too much ahead. Did I present in the... what? Wasn't it here? So then it was here. The fuck? I'm certain it's here. That where it's supposed to... oh no! No, no. No. I don't present that now. I present this photo. I'm an idiot. Boom. You'll soon see. So, since we are dealing with black and white pictures, everything is not that easy, but there is a clear contradiction, and that's the coat. The victim's coat. It's normal to have a body in the trunk. That's a very traditional American way to do it, you know. You need to sometimes get to the carpool line to avoid the traffic, and that's when you pull out the body from the trunk. That's what everyone does. Quite normal. But yeah, I remember that, like, you presented the issue from, you know, this photo, and then go to the other photo. But no, you just go from that photo. Yeah. Yeah. How are we gonna present that the bridge itself was also muddy? I wonder. Could it be this muddy scarf that was found on the bridge? Like, Goran, I know that the badge is the best thing to showcase, but unfortunately I don't think there is a single instance, maybe at like the very first thing in the first cases, where you could have a special like reaction to showcase the badge in the case, like when you're in the trial. But unfortunately, like the special responses happen outside of the courtroom. So there's no real point to, you know, go through that. I do want to showcase when there is a special reaction to doing something wrong, but that needs to be that I remember that that's a thing I've seen somewhere, or a thing that I have actually attempted at some point. So some of the special ones I might just miss because I don't know. Also, I just realized how much of an eyesore is that Edgy Boy's costume at this point is so dark grey. It's such an eyesore. Why? Like, if I would be Edgy Boy, I would have reversed. Let the coat be that dark grey and let this innard be red. Much, much cooler. So, here's the here's the weird thing. Oh, whoops. I hit my leg to the table, everything shakes. Leg is not hurt, but sound barrier is. So it's not that obvious when you think about it, because the body in the trunk could have been faked. We don't know. There could be the usual trauma that, it's not actually the victim we think it is. It's her twin sister. Bum bum bum. Or a clone, depending on what type of series we're on about. The photo could also be doctored, but I don't remember, is there a single case where doctoring photos is actually a thing? I can't remember any. Like, the series is based on past, so doctoring photos wasn't that easy, but completely ignoring it is just something. But what we can easily prove that there has to be something wrong with it is the testimony. So, until now, there haven't really been much to, give you suggestions what has actually passed, what has happened. We just know two lines of how things might have happened and how our client is being acclaimed to have done this murder. But there haven't been really anything that showcases what has actually happened. Usually at this point, we already have some sort of clue that, we know that our client 100% certain is innocent. And we might even know who has done it, but we don't know how to, get the reckoning to those that guilty party. But yeah, at this moment we still have nothing. But everything is gonna change very, very soon. Look who we have here. A familiar face. And since the first case of this game has already been seen, there should be a lot of expectations. What has happened with this case? So, yeah. Everything shifted super fast now, didn't it? those demon butterflies, they just showcase the errors in this reality that they create. Ah, thank you, Goran. I would really use some. Oh, yeah, the water. It's necessary, but it's very bad. Blah. It's just like last time, except the judge is less senile and more trigger happy. Because we done nothing that stated that bad, and we have already been threatened to be penalized. This kinda, like, that interaction kinda reminds me of the scene in Kindergarten Cop 2, where the protagonist just mentions, oh yeah, peanut butter sandwich, and the kids go ballistic. It's like, oh, what have you done now? That's just a bad mistake. You shouldn't have done that. And it's like, but how would he have known that there is a huge ban on fucking peanuts overall in that location? They should have mentioned that before he started working, and nobody did, so the blame is on them, not on him. But all the way, that movie is such a weird movie. Why is it a sequel when the first part deals with completely different people? Like, the original movie is just so good. How, like, bad it is. It's one of the best bad movies out there, but the sequel, it's just bad. It feels like it tries to make itself bad by design, but it's not enjoyable. That camera shouldn't have a zoom capable of taking a picture like what we've seen, because it doesn't have an objective that's long enough, clearly. It kinda looks like I forgot what's the term in English, but it's quote-unquote professional camera, but a pocket version of those. I have one. The shape of it, it's pretty similar to that, because they really alter in shape very little throughout the years. Because most of the components, even though they've gotten better and better, their shape and size still remain pretty much the same. Which is funny. Because I bet this one is meant to have space for film. That's why it has that round part. Modern ones batteries that they just utilize the film space with. Anyway, sadly, even though I purchased an extra battery to that camera, both of the batteries had died in a way that I can use it for like a minute or two with full charge and then it will just cease to work. I haven't actually even tried to use it for a long while. I should see if I could do something about that. If I could even find more batteries at an affordable price so I could try to resurrect it. There's not that much point to it because fucking phones take better pictures now. Well, okay, I doubt I can take a better one that easily, but close enough that I wouldn't normally bother. But maybe for something I do want to utilize it still. Like, I assume you're talking about yourself. What story you have for me today? A small but powerful model. Like, yeah, I can understand it would be powerful for its day, but not that powerful without an objective. Okay, this is already getting interesting. Yeah, this is getting already quite usual. Yes. Well, at least if she would kill you, you get to haunt her again. With streamers. Ooh, yeah, now you might be in more bigger trouble than you intended. Yeah, that might be that larger of a problem than I originally intended. In every? Like, in how many channels? Also, in 20, like in 10 channels? That's a lot, yeah. Yeah, I say it's a lot. But I don't see that she being a mod becoming that big of an issue, but I already told like earlier in the stream that I hate the coloring. I would love if the coloring would be reversed on him. Like, let's go forward that we actually see it so I can reiterate it before I go to another story about Phasmo. Which, I don't know, have people noticed it that well, but since it has happened multiple times on stream already, I can spoil it at this moment. But let's first try, because I don't remember, here we go. We finally see Edgy Boy again. So, I will reiterate what I said earlier. I would have loved if in this incarnation of Edgy Boy, the suit would actually be this dark gray color, and the innards would be the red. It would be so much better that way. So much better. Especially with the cuffs. It just looks wrong this way. Very wrong. But yeah, to the second thing, this Phasmo story. If you look at Phasmo streams done by Zen or Goran, you might have heard some extra haunting noises in midst there. And the reason is because I like to do some trolling, especially in the early days. Unfortunately, most of that isn't recorded. They happened outside of the streams. But imagine, suddenly in the darkness, when you're all alone, you hear... Yeah. I love doing that. It's such a funny thing, and I always do it when I play with someone new. It will many times take them a while to notice it's actually me and not the game. If someone doesn't immediately, then the cat, stop it! Which makes me go even more. But yeah. And watching your back every 10 minutes, that's not good enough. Like, you need to have a constant feed on your back if you are actually worried. But to be honest, in most cases you don't want to be worried. Because if you see it coming, it's worse than when you don't. So you might just let it be. And then you're gonna get that Doctor Who moment where Satan is just behind your back. Don't look! Don't look! I said don't look! Don't you dare to look behind you! I'm close! I love that line, how he's fucking teasing that guy. Don't look! I'm right behind you! I can almost touch you! Don't look! You're just literally fucking with that guy. For no reason. For some reason, like, I know that that's supposed to be a thing, but I haven't been able to hear it in the game. It could be that there's something wrong with the sounds in my installation, or it's just completely covered by every other sound in the game. I don't know. So, if on streams I'm just suddenly dead because I leave a hiding place too soon, that's usually the thing. Because I cannot get any audio clues how close the ghost is to me, so I just have to wing it. In some cases, when I'm just left in the open, it's because I'm already dead, so I will just try to make my body, you know, be somewhere where it's seen. And then I'm being bullshitted as that, why, he didn't even hide, noob. Like, no, I tried to get my body somewhere you can find it, so you can take a picture of it to earn more money. If you know already you're gonna die, make yourself seen. That's usually the best thing. The amount of time in this series, even outside of this particular game, like, okay, it all, like, I can spoil enough that the Melissa only has effect inside this game, but there are people like her throughout the series, which is very realistic in a way. Because I think I have already told a story. I don't know, have I told it on the stream? But there have been couple provingly like innocent interactions between a male and female that happened in this country. I think both instances were in the capital, where like weeks and weeks after their interaction, the female party claimed that, oh, she were, I don't want to say the word, but you can guess what the word would be. And even when there have been other people that were witnessing when that supposed thing happened and say that no, there definitely wasn't that. We know that both said that they had a good time and wanted to stay in contact, but they just didn't contact. There was like still the innocent party was declared guilty and jailed because the judge was just too horny in a non-horny zone. It's a shame. It's a shame. It happens more than you think. But it's a very hard thing to cut off. But yeah. So in order for us to get further ahead, we need to find the discrepancy in what she's saying. So, to get us started, oh, I just noticed a funny thing. Because again, it's the fourth statement. How many times in a row it's the fourth statement where we need to do something? Why it happens? Was this accidental or was this actually planned? Anyway, here we find the thing that's wrong. Photo that shows the crucial moment. What crucial moment are we seeing in this? Nothing. Yeah. Yeah, that's nothing crucial. This looks very normal. Other than this very cheesy jail uniform. Because seriously, there is no jail that uses a uniform like that anymore. There haven't been one for a century. Uniform like that is actually quite expensive to make. But I kinda wish that jails would still have uniforms that are striped, because they are very easily identifiable. Modern jails have usually one-color jumpsuits of a kind or another that can easily be just thought of being a normal clothing, especially when there's so many jails that have gray ones. You just put on a jacket over that and you just look like anyone else on the street. There should be more identifiable things on the uniforms, so you can easily say that, oh, that person escaped from jail, I should do something. Like, again, that's already very fishy. You just happen to get this picture where nothing out of ordinary seems, because if I would see someone like this, I would assume that they are, you know, someone from a costume party. So I wouldn't waste my final shot taking a picture like this. So yeah. Uh, why? Like, I didn't remember that this case had eye bleach moments, but my eyes need bleaching. Definitely need bleaching. Judge, what nightmares have you committed? Humanity isn't ready for that. Why did you have to? Why did you have to announce that to be through? Why? That's so embarrassing. Why would you say this to everyone? Like, seriously. I like toupees. That's very understandable. It's easy to feel very self-conscious about losing one's hair. I fully understand and feel sympathetic. But lack of beard? We are the dwarven culture. You shouldn't have any sort of feelings that your beard is not grown yet. Like, the only case where you would normally have any sort of like feelings of inadequacy with a beard is when you're very, very young. And like, well, just try to look like you're older so you can illegally buy beer or smokes. That's the only occasion when you should get like beer envy. Beard used to have a lot of status to it, but for the longest of time it have had kind of an anti-status. Because you need to have your beard very much taken care of in order for it to look like a status. If you have a beard like mine that's only cut occasionally instead of fucking pedicured and dyed and curled and all sort of bullshit done to it, people are just gonna, oh, you're just an old drunk. What? Yeah, you just grow out the beard. You can't afford to shave it. Like, what? I want to have a beard. It's a nice thing. I'm thinking, stroking the beard is a very, very, helpful act to do. It's a very natural thing. So, beard has, in most eyes, become an anti of status. It lowers your status instead of raising it up. But yeah. Like, going back to this, I wouldn't say that the issue was, the time of the year that much. Then the fact that if it's muddy and rainy, a girl like her shouldn't be around a dangerous cliff zone like that. And she wouldn't. She would be stated clinically insane if she's taking pictures in a fucking rainstorm. And at too early of a time of year. And yes, taking pictures of flowers during a rainstorm is actually a good thing, if you have a camera that has good shutter speeds, and you can create a box so you can take very slow shutter speed photos and very quick ones. Because taking a picture where you can actually see the droplets of the rain just before they hit the flower and everything, it's super cool. You can take nice pictures. But she wouldn't be able to carry all that equipment, and she doesn't have all that equipment. So yeah. Let's return to this and press it. Now, that is a thing I can upload, because you actually had the balls to just admit that. Because I bet there are so many judges that just wanted to be a judge for the fact that they get the power trip, or that they get to actually just passively look in other people's fights. I completely understand it, but people just can't admit it. Like, admitting that you're doing something for just the money, that's a taboo. I can understand that people won't admit that. Admitting that you are doing something just for the power trip is not a taboo, but people think it's a taboo, so they don't admit it. Doing something out of curiosity's sake is not a taboo, but people still very rarely admit that they just did something out of curiosity. Curiosity is good, but you never should take it too far. There are boxes you must always leave closed. So in many cases it's important to get some wisdom to know when to get more knowledge and when to let something go. Now here's the thing. I remember that there would have been another statement here. But that statement I cannot see, so what was I supposed to do? I'm not sure. 'Cause I'm almost certain that... Oh, no. Here it is. Like... Yeah. The statements are here, but they were way later on. She did change them, but it was after what I was, looking. I remembered them to be immediately after. So let's press these, but I kind of spoiled already that these statements are something we are gonna do something about. So think about what could be. What am I gonna present in this or the statement after this one? So, have any ideas? What's the wrong thing here? What am I gonna present? No, fuck. Sorry, I went past it by. Passed by what I was supposed to. Here we go. This is the one. So, any idea what's wrong here? I immediately get the issue of yards. Is my aspect of yards very misaligned? Or could it be that we have a very, very big contradiction? Looking at this map, which shows that a car is 5 yards long, 10 yards away. And let's actually yoink, eternalize that. I think this might be a good spot for me to take the first break, since I've been on for almost 2 hours already, which is insane because we haven't gotten far. But I seriously need a drink, and I ran out of this iced tea almost an hour ago. I enjoyed it way too fast. Okay, there is only 50 centiliters on it anyway, but these weren't that cheap. They were a lot cheaper than they normally were because I bought them at a convention, but they weren't that cheap. I really wanted to try. It's One Piece themed after all. This particular, which was my last bottle, was actually of Zoro. And I don't know at what point of the series are these meant to take place, but it's at least quite new after separation, because Zoro has his eye wound at this point. But, well, none of the other characters, at least the ones I have any other identifiable thing, but from Zoro we can at least identify a point where these are meant to be taken after, at least. Not more than that. But yeah, I will get a drink, so it will be quite a short break, but a break still. I'll be right back.
The Space Marines of the Blood Ravens chapter arrived on Cronus like the mailed fist of the Emperor. Acting under orders from his chapter master and chief librarian, young brother Captain Davian Thule ordered the Blood Ravens to carry out a thorough purge of this world. The chapter master had told Thule that ancient relics of the chapter were hidden on Cronus. Artifacts from the mysterious early years of the Blood Ravens. These sacred items could not be allowed to fall into alien hands. Captain Thule ordered the withdrawal of the Imperial Guard forces stationed in Victory Bay. But Governor Alexander flatly refused to pull his men back. Fuel judged the governor a good man, but had little choice but to send his Space Marines to battle the governor's troops, along with all the other powers on Cronus. The Blood Raven's willingness to fight soldiers of the Imperium did not go unnoticed. Whispers began that the relics on Cronus were more damning than holy. Only the war's victors would be left to decide the truth of the matter.
So, let's continue where we were left off. Well, there is one huge contradiction from the very outset. Just think of all the details she's saying. Forget everything else. Just the fact how many details she's saying. And think of the things that have been shown before. This is my hint. But we'll go on and press things, and maybe you'll get the gist of what's actually wrong here. Yep. Going through all the game protagonist superpowers that they get, and yes, Edgy Boy is a protagonist on his own games. His lawyer superpower is common sense. So yeah, he drew the very short straw on things. And looking throughout, Phoenix got the best thing out of everyone. But I don't want to spoil for anyone who actually wants to continue to the fourth game. And beyond, like what other things are there. And one of them isn't even supernatural, but it's just stupid, let's just say. Drawing glove? Like a glove you have on your hand so it doesn't get dirty? No. I will not give you that joke. And just to ruin it more, I'm just too used to, if I find a glove that I used to own, it won't fit. It won't fit. Just the usual case. Glove jokes are like way common nominators. Plus, I always feel bad the fact that I used to have cool and good gloves, but I just can't fit them on my hands anymore. My hands are way too large for many things. I can just barely use my Pip-Boy. Like, I actually needed to remove some of the padding on the older model, and on the newer model, it's way tight. I can't even like completely find it. What's the word? Because like there is a string that I can like tighten. I can't fully tighten it because it's already so snugly fit in my arms. And my arms aren't that big. It just makes it show how small it is. And funny enough, I can still fit some children's toys to my hands, like the Yokai watch and the Z-Band. I can fit those into my hand just fine. Which is funny, because those are actually meant for kids. So, why the Pip-Boys are measured to be for kids when canonically kids, well, kinda. In Vault 101, you get it at year 11, was it? But still, it's supposed to be the same one you wear even when you're an adult, so... And again, I always have these statements. Why are they a statement? The hint given by Armando is very bad, because of course there is a lot for us to lose. Me remembering a thing to go like the opposite direction caused me to actually get a penalty. So I don't have that many strikes to go by, and that would be bye-bye, game over. So I have things to lose. Oh yeah. This one, it's... this one? It's this one, isn't it? Yes. And can you guess what's wrong with it? Because there's a very good reason that this statement is super wrong, and it has been brought out, the subject matter, by me more times than the game, but the game has mentioned it a couple of times. So let's present the map. This is a good point, because far too many times, but unfortunately it's usually it's the prosecution that states, isn't that a way too odd of a way to do it? I say it happened like this because it's how it would practically normally happen, and we just have to accept that. But now that the defense is stating that, oi, it would make so much more sense if this happened instead of that, so why did this happen? It just negated it as, well, this is what happens, that didn't happen, so... edgy boy. No. Double standards. Some of the lines changed here. Wait, this one in here, right? Yes. This wasn't here. This is the line that changed, because I remember that the line changed, so let's press this. So, now that we have seen everything and we have that weirdly new added line, let's actually go back to that. So, there's something weird about this. Why would they? You get what I'm at? Well, let's see.
Objection!
Let's put all the cards to the table and see what happens. Yeah. This was the thing I was hinting at the very beginning. A thing which should have been brought as the very first thing, and I was that shocked that I had to showcase the other thing first, which really didn't have much of a merit in the end, in order to show this, which was a clear contradiction from the start. Thank you. Let's get the bottle. Why the water has to be so bad? But it is needed, so I give thanks. Hydration is important, but I wish that the water would be way better over here. Makes me miss the water back home. Really didn't appreciate it before I moved here. Yeah, those are visible. But you should immediately get a hold on a minute. Because marks like that is something you cannot see unless you really look out for it. And in order to do so, well, everything is really reliant on this. But of course we already know it just cannot work. If it would work, it's all over. Oh, well, I'll see you around then, Goron. Well, let's again go through all of this, even though it's pretty obvious. She happened to be passing by. If she would have actually somehow gotten over the cropping and witnessed it by hand, that's a detail she wouldn't have noticed. Way too minute. And that event itself, she been witnessing it right there, would make her a witness, and she would be dead if the one who's being prosecuted is actually a murderer. They wouldn't let someone alive after they seen everything he done. She put the corpse in herself. Well, that's an obvious spot to find out about marks that are left when breaking a lock, now isn't it? She's the owner of the car. Funny enough, that would actually work, because if she would actually own the car, when the one who's being prosecuted right now, our client, got arrested, of course the car would have been studied, and the owner of the car would have been notified. So if she would be the owner, she would actually know. It actually makes sense. But the game doesn't actually consider that, and the right answer is she put it in. this kinda explains itself because we were specifically told that the camera has a timer function. I'm sad to say, even though there will be a perfect spot for a break very soon, I sadly can't wait that long. I need to take another break right now, so I'll be right back.
Governor Militant Alexander's naming of his capital proved highly premature, as Victory Bay saw his troops broken and slaughtered by the powers of chaos. Eliphas the Inheritor led an unholy procession through the streets of the shattered city, his cultists shouting out terrible supplications and gathering up the dead and wounded. These unfortunates were brought before the great Hellstorm cannon that had formed the center of the Imperial defense. Eliphas' sorcerers, Amphion and Zethus, then performed a terrifying ritual using these rotten corpses as their sacrifice. With their dark words, the demon of plague and rot, bound into the cannon during the Horus Heresy, awoke anew. The Word-Bearers celebrated this day as that when their new crusade obtained the support of Ner'gul, the Chaos God of pestilence and decay. To celebrate his victory over the Eldar, Eliphas had his men crack open all the aliens' waystones. According to the black texts circulated after this dark day, these eldritch gems held the souls of the Eldar, keeping them from feeding the powers of chaos. By breaking the waystones, the Word-Bearers fed thousands of Eldar souls to Slaanesh, the Chaos God of excess and decadence, and obtained that dark deity's favor for their dark crusade. Faithful subjects of the Emperor understandably took heart to see the Word-Bearers strike at the heart of the Necron infestation of Cronus. With two implacable evils turning on one another, the thinking went, the forces of Wright couldn't help but win. Unfortunately, Eliphas the Inheritor would emerge from his victory in the Thur Abyss Plateau, more dangerous than ever. Imperial commanders could not guess that the Necrons held strange technologies and artifacts that were as hateful to the powers of chaos as they were to life itself. By shattering the basalt monoliths and unholy archives of the Necrons, Eliphas was striking at one of the only forces, other than the God Emperor himself, able to push back the ruinous powers. In so doing, he not only removed a threat to his power, but gained the favor of Tzench, one of the Chaos Gods of the Warp. His dark crusade would carry the sanction of the God of Sorcery from that day onward, making it all the more unstoppable.
terribly sorry about that, but unfortunately it could not be avoided. So let's continue, and you're gonna see very soon why that break was super inconvenient, but well, couldn't be helped. Well, this is a doozy. Everything really goes with this. So I'm a bit surprised it only has the normal penalty and not more, but I guess with this type of thing they do want to give some leniency, as it's not always that easy. But this time we ain't gonna show a pinpoint location. We have already proven that she could not be here, it would make no sense. But you know that her camera has to be here or here. But where was she? And if we would go with pinpoint locations, we cannot get this area pinpoint. But that leaves some of the contradictions we have seen. Leads there to be only one spot where she could have been. Here. How many times throughout the series this has happened? Far too many times. Like, in essence, this is the exact same thing that happened in the last case as well. It just keeps happening. Time and time after again. I don't know why they even ask, because it's very obvious when you look at the note. Wear scarf for identification. Boom! It is obvious! And yeah, this is why that break was super awkward. Because this would have been the perfect spot to have it. And I do say to have a break instead of ending. Because I don't want to end at this point. Like, I do want to go through the entire case today. But I don't know, should I? Still have a lot of things to do, and I have been on for 2.5 hours. But the fact that there have already been 2 breaks and everything, I really do want to go through this case. Because the next one is gonna take a while. This one shouldn't. We should be on a very straightforward path. So yeah, let's have an extended stream. Expect that I'm gonna need to have a couple additional breaks, maybe even get something to eat in between, because I still really haven't today, which is bad. But I do want to complete. So let's continue and let's try to speed things along at least a tiny bit. Less blabbing, more playing. But of course, when the topic arises, we'll go through it. And he's so I'm having a hard time talking today. Institutionalized. Like, that's a very animalistic behavior that happens when you're being pushed too much. It's sad, but it happens so often. And unfortunately, in most cases, the people that have been convicted wrongly. It happens way easier, and there's so many of them. Over here, it's way less than in the States, but it still happens quite often. Yes. Unsurprisingly, the case then and the case now are very, very connected, so connections must be done, so we can have some understanding what the hell happened. a surprisingly common thing. Like, especially with families where the richness is just hoarded, not shared. Or in cases where a family have multiple kids and they know that they won't receive much of the inheritance when that time comes. Schemes like this is done a lot. But sadly, especially in the latter cases, the families sometimes are so sick, they don't show concern. And it can lead to things like this. I bet someone will find a case that's near identical to this, that it happened in real life. But I bet this one has been built like just out of pure fiction. It's not based on a real thing. None of the cases in the games or manga or anime are based on real things. They just end up becoming like real. Like, well, no, not becoming like, but they just, because of how they are built to become realistic in a way, they're just, it's bound to somewhere in the world that something happened that's quite similar. Like, there is the theory that there is nothing new under the sun, which is proven in most cases, because if you do a fictional life story movie, for instance, if you can somehow make a fictional life story movie that will tell a life of a fictional character, entire life of a fictional character, if you can somehow make that movie so it's not close enough to someone's life that actually have happened, it will eventually happen. Someone will have beat-to-beat things happening in their life as did in the movie. Eventually. Math just shows that will happen. Same with music. In essence, all music has already been created. Things are just repeated. Because there's only a limited amount of notes and how you can put them together. It is proven that maybe in a decade or two, we might reach to a spot where literally all the music just sounds same, because it has been mathematically proven that yeah, these are the type of tunes that will enact certain emotions. So all in advertisement you hear is those formulaic songs. And I bet those are gonna be awful decades. It's gonna happen somewhere. Some point. Bound to happen. If something is limited, unless it is at some point. What the fuck was that? I don't know, did you guys hear it, but... Oh, it's my email. Oh, for fuck's sake. It made a notification. Oh, tomorrow, which is in 15 minutes, there is a holiday. I said I don't want reminders of anything like that, but now that I'm in my email, I also noticed that there is an email from Humble Bundle, and it immediately struck me because Tales of Space Marine Chapters 2020 by Black Library. I am way too interested in this, but the bad thing is, because these are actual PDFs of books. This is not an audiobook one. I know that Let's see, how much would it be? What? Oh no, that's the value. I was like, holy shit, how expensive do you want it to be? At least 16 euros. Many of these books are interesting. But the fact that they're all about Space Marine, and some of them I already have in ebook format, not in physical. No, wait, that one I actually have in physical in an amphibium. So yeah, so partly I have in physical, partly in digital. Many of these things I have never even seen. Some of these I know that are good books, good stories. But the thing is, I already know I won't have the time to read these. With audiobooks, I listen to them while I paint. That's the way I intake the Black Library stuff nowadays.
For the Emperor!
Oh, hello! Thanks a lot for raiding. How are you doing, Scarf? You were doing Life is Strange? Wasn't that your stream today? How did it go? How far did you get? I have played first and second, so you cannot spoil me. Like, the first episode is a strong one. Like, overall, I think they are fun to go through, but there are many cracks. You might notice them later on, but they are still something you want to play through. In essence, you must play through to notice, you know, how games of that genre are built now. Because they are the quote-unquote mainline. But yeah. So I won't press on further from this yet, because spoilers for you. But back onto the topic. So yeah, I have too many books to read, so I just cannot, especially even if I would have the money, I cannot invest in ebooks of more Black Library stuff, because there's already a huge backlog. And I don't like reading digital books much at all. I need them in physical. In physical, I can actually go through them fast. And there are many I really, really would want, but they aren't available anywhere, which is super annoying. So now I'm getting into a state, I just want to reread some of the things I already have, because they're just that good and fun to read. Most of them aren't actually story-based, though. The ones that I really enjoy reading are fictional, like, guidebooks or things akin to that. But yeah. So, now I really need to continue, because I had the same issue today as I have had with multiple episodes, where I just end up talking off topic or in topic way too much and not continuing, because my plan is to finish this episode today, and we are halfway done. And how much is it? It's almost 3 hours. Jesus, so if I don't speed it up, this stream will be 6 hours long. Oof. Yeah, I need to speed up quite a lot. And don't say teen angel. I don't want to hear that term. No. Okay, I need to check. How old are you? 20. No! Holy shit. This happened again. No. Japanese and age wars. No. So he was 20 and she was 14. Fuck's sake. Why? Oof. Yes. No. I remember that there was an age difference. I didn't remember it was 6 years. in the end, at that age group, it's quite a lot. Like, after both are 30, over 30, yeah, then it's not much at all. But you know, under 30, 6 years is insanely a lot. Okay, under 20 it's noticeable. 20 to 30, then it starts to like not matter that much. But it's still notable. Over 30, not even noticeable. Well, back to the courtroom. After that horrible bombshell fell. Yeah, I didn't remember the age difference was that bad. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't do with these games the same thing as they have done with so many other games, where they aged up characters. I'm not sure does that actually happen later on. It might happen in the future games that they age up characters. Possibly. It's been way too long. I have no memories of the characters' ages. But far as I remember, we don't get creepy pairings that much, at least, in the future games. So there is that. They have learned. They have learned, at least. The amount of time I've been called kitten. Just because I wear a golden armor doesn't make me kitten. And that's a reference, I bet maybe 1 or 2 of the raiders know, at most. I expect only 1, at most, at this very moment. Of out all who raided. It's a shame it didn't become more known, and well, the biggest shame of course that it ended up early. But the series was coming to an end already, so we didn't miss that much. What has been released, how it would have ended? I don't know. Was that the best way? Is it better that it ended exactly where it did, or not? I would have enjoyed there being like way more filler episodes, like in between, before things started happening. Those were the best episodes, the short episodes, the 10 minutes, under 10 minutes episodes, where a topic was discussed and that was the episode. Those were the best. Well, we got a hot thing to do ahead of us, but let's do the traditional and press everything before we actually do the thing that will advance. Just so the ones that haven't played the game and, well, are ready to just get spoiled on it, can try to figure it out on their own. And in how many cases you really do need to press in order to get some more additional information. With this one, I don't remember. Am I allowed to press harder or not? They didn't warn me, so we press so we get more? Like, I do remember that we don't get everything we want, but do we get penalized? If we get penalized, I won't do the extra ones. But usually they always say if you get penalized beforehand. Wait, this was also added? My memory is tad failing, but let's continue. And immediately she spoils that she's been there after stating not being there. And nobody catches up on that. Nobody. Well, yeah. Edgy Boy has a point. Edgy Boy has a point, but not that valid of a point in the end, because we need to get her, like, a good picture of her, so we can actually make sure of her validity as a witness, especially after it has already been shown that her witness statements are flimsy at best, let's just say. Isn't it weird how well versed she is into this? But it makes sense. Of course it makes sense, but why is she so well versed in this? Now here's the thing. They haven't... Yeah. They haven't shown this for the other ones, which is surprising, because I did remember there had been far more cases in this game where they actually allow you to add statements which have no merit. It could be that I just misremember, or it is in some of the future games that just had constant pitfalls where you can add a thing which doesn't lead into anything, and that goes with everything except one statement in a cross-examination. But this one, they want it to be added, is actually something of merit. You're saying this now, when earlier you were like, just try everything, there's nothing to lose, just put salt in your coffee to see is it good or not. But then we would have been penalized. Now we wasn't actually penalized. So game mechanics and statements given contradict themselves this time. We are truly playing a game of contradictions. But yeah, one more to go and then we are complete with the circle. Well, now that we have seen everything, let's go towards the solution. And the game did give us quite of a hint. Especially how this was the only thing that can be added. It didn't ask us at any other points do we want it to be added, even when we pushed further. So could it be that this is the way to go? Even though it sounds very sensible. But the scarf is not white. Like, this is a kind of a flimsy thing, because yeah, it makes sense. As the reason why the witness thought the scarf would be white is the note. Because she knew about the note. It is obvious at this point. But the thing is, she's been present in the courtroom while the note has been discussed. So she could have just leaned on to that note. So its value as evidence against the fact that we know that she knows too much has lost a lot of merit. If she would not have heard about that note in the trial, and we could prove that she hasn't heard it in the trial, yeah, this would be automatic, but she's kind of revering it with her reaction now. There we go. Geez, I wonder who could it be? Could it be the deceased? And they're kind of spoiling it with, you know, this shadow image. Well, that's a thing that has happened in previous cases quite a lot. Although this takes place in the past, so the person who's brought back from the dead the most times isn't dead yet. So, yeah, it is a very good point because there is no way to prove that they ever died. And suddenly we have a person here that's the age who that person would be if they didn't die. Mysterious past. Edgy Boy's revealing his dirty cards. As we know, Edgy Boy's past is very, very dirty. Although, this is where it begins. This is his first official case. Yeah, Edgy Boy's tactic here is very crude. Because just for the sake that if she knew who she is, yeah, like Edgy Boy has a good point in that, but the previous, like, just pretending to be dead for 5 years is good enough of an indication that there is something awfully wrong about her. And that would immediately, give the intention that, yeah, there could be something why she would want her sister dead. Should really been said. Why has she been acting like she has been dead for so long? Should be the first thing. Well, since we only have very small amount of evidence here, we could go clinically through all of them and assess what could it be. Of course, the most obvious one would be the diamond. It's of course worth $2 million. And it is quite ridiculously large. But it's actually not the diamond. It's not. It's the victim's note. This is the second time Dahlia has her finger, like the judge around her finger. Makes our job very hard. But there's also the thing, which kinda ruins this case, is the fact that we know that this happens before the first time we time-wise saw Dahlia. So we know that she's gonna get out of this, one way or another. So that ruins part of the story. But if we would have seen the things in reverse, so we would have seen this first and then the other, we would already know that, well, there's conspiracy and weird things on her, so the other case would be ruined. With this case happening later in the game, it just ruins the fact that we knew from the get-go that she had to have done something bad. But yeah. Well, it's all about going to the motives now. Yeah, that piece of info is important, but we don't really have a good way to utilize that information, not from the outset. So that really does require thinking. So we were warned to be delicate, but I think we should still be able to just press all we want. At least I think we should be able to. Well, it's... yeah, $2 million for it being uncut and the size of a pint of milk. It's that odd. Like, it's big, but it's still nowhere in the ballpark of being the biggest, but maybe of its kind it could be. And then 2 million kinda sounds understandable, because in truth, diamonds are very much worthless. It's just carbon. It's just carbon under huge pressure. Diamonds aren't worth at nothing, really. It's just the business of diamonds that makes them worth. If you buy a diamond, you are never gonna get the same amount of money reselling it. Only very few certain diamonds get value, and that's usually due to their story. Or just the fact that they are insanely huge in comparison. But that goes into the story of them. You have to remember that diamonds are used in industrial digging and cutting tools as well. And industry wouldn't use diamonds if they would actually be like highly valued. They would actually have worth to them. would be far too expensive to use them. You could use other technologies to get that same cutting power, but diamonds are cheaper. They are cheaper. Way cheaper than the other options out there. So yeah, if you want to make money out of diamonds, you need to get them dirt cheap. And then you need to hype them up. And usually you put them in something that's gold, and gold's value just goes up and up. There is a very limited amount of gold available. Meanwhile, you can synthesize diamonds. You can put coal under huge pressure and create more. Although the methods of doing that, what we have now, way far from cost productive. I bet they will invent a way to make it super cheap somewhere in the future, maybe even the near future. So then you can end up seeing that the diamond industry will just collapse, and they will just have to admit that, yeah, we can just put diamonds into everything now. You can buy diamond tip plates for common kitchens. They wouldn't be good for kitchens, by the way. It's not how they work, but still, that could happen. But here's the thing. If your plan was to change your identity and start a new life, shouldn't you have done that with witness protection instead of being declared legally dead? Because if you're stated legally dead and it's fully put through, there are far too many cases of that where someone has been accidentally declared dead. They have lost their jobs, house, marital status, even parenting privileges. Officially, they aren't parents of their children anymore because they have been declared dead by accident. You lose everything, and even when it's like clear that, hey, I'm here, I'm alive, how do you prove that you are there and you're alive? The government don't have a DNA file on you. They might have your dental records, but in many cases those aren't accepted for that case. Many governments just lift their hands up and say, hey, it's too hard of a deal for us to make sure that you get your privileges back, so you're just gonna go forth as someone without papers. So good luck. It's sad, but it's true. Like, there are millions of videos about this topic and millions of cases where it has happened in many countries. It's sad. I don't remember, has it happened in this country, like in the, let's say, modern age. It has happened before, yes, but in the modern age I don't remember. I've been declared dead a couple of times, but it has never been put forward. They just took down the time when I'd been stated dead. Nobody ever put it in the books. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be able to rent an apartment, etc., etc. I wouldn't have been able to go to school. Yeah, I would have died in the streets. Technically, my parents are still alive, and I technically could have been living back home, but yeah, I wouldn't. If I would have no future because of a clerical error like that, I wouldn't have gone this far. That's just clear. If I would have absolute no way to live because papers said you are dead, and that's what would happen. And that will happen to everyone in that state. The only way to get out of that is that you just go to another country as someone without papers, and they will create you a new identity, in essence. You will become the same person, officially, in another place. But to get the spot and to get that all going is super hard when you were actually a person beforehand of a, let's just say, known country where the paperwork about you should have been there and should have been clear. Complicated issues. Going way too much into off-topic things, but, well, it is on topic, but anyway. Wait, I just realized, because I've been talking about the topic, did I accidentally go around this entire thing all over again? I think I did. For fuck's sake. This is what happens when you start babbling about a topic. Look at the chat. Look at the time. Look at the messages I've been constantly sent. And just let the game go by, because I know what's being said here, and yeah. Well, we'll at least this has given, if that actually happens, which I'm almost certain that did, gives you guys more time to have come to a conclusion. What do we need to do? So, if you have paid attention before, we are going to go to statement 4. Because why not? It's always statement 4. And we are going to present the map. From this impossible picture, which doesn't exist, well, we can see it better from here. I forgot that they immediately show it. Yeah. Rocks. But there would have been, and yeah, of course, that fall would have been a certain death. But I'm surprised that Dahlia is shocked and doesn't go into the usual cunning plan, because there is an easy out she could have said here. But Edgy Boy goes for it. That is a good likelihood that that would have happened. That the water level had been different. But no, Mia, Edgy Boy has a good point. Because the water level could have been drastically different. It could have been more than double. That is true. Like the height of the river back home, for instance, changes. Like the entire river raises up the same amount as the depth of the river is at that point when it's flooding. Of course, like the area, like the mass of water has doesn't go that much up compared to how it goes wide. Just how well land is formed, you know. I don't know how to explain this without graphs, but it does raise up an insane amount during the floods. So that could have been a good statement that maybe back then there would have actually been an insane floods. And the water was way higher. But we already know that all of this is a lie. Well, we went into the serious music. Because we are getting there. We are getting there. There is still a big hurdle to go through. Couple big hurdles, but we are starting to get there. We are in the end game now. And funny enough, it was a big coincidence. Let's actually show the 4 in the logic and go forward. So this won't be a 6-hour stream. Although I do like 6-hour streams, but not today. I need to eat something, so 6 hours can't be done. So to prove the logic, the 4 in the logic, we need to present the photo. And then let's go to the funny coincidence that happened today. The first game I got to play today was I played all 2. Well, I only played 2 games, but still, I played both of the games I played today with the Mystic theme I stated earlier in the stream. Yeah, let's go back to that because that's a bit bullshit. You can push someone through this. It's just very hard to do. You can do that by accident. And that's like the genius of this kind of bridge in a way. That unless the flooring gives away, it's hard to accidentally fall through. It can happen if you slip. Like you need to slip that sideways and then you're gonna slide by. But most likely you can spread your hands or your legs so you won't actually go all the way down. But yeah, throwing over, that's a thing that could have been done, but Not with a busted hand. But yeah, back to the funny thing. Even though it goes a bit over this epic moment. So, the first team I faced was movie accurate Avengers. So there was Captain America from the movies, the MCU movies, Iron Man, and Thor. They were facing my team, and that Iron Man was very weird because it had an ability where it can change between different suits. So there were 3 different suits. And there was like a basic looking suit, and there were 2 silver ones. I didn't see the card, so I don't know exactly which ones they were. But one of the silver ones had stealth. And I didn't know my characters could actually shoot through stealth, but... well, I know for the next time. It was a big issue for me during that game. But yeah. So, MCU Avengers. I faced that first. In the second game, I used the same team as I used, which I have already told earlier. I faced Thanos and those 4-armed minions, which name I forget from the movie. So, only if those 2 teams would have faced each other, we would have actually had an MCU moment. It's funny that we haven't really had MCU moments. There have been good comic book moments. There have been Kree vs. Skrull. And I'm getting there. I bet I can make a team with Kree. But I really want to make a team for Kree and Skrull. Like a proper team. Not just that I have Voodoo and a couple other random dudes that have both Kree and Skrull keywords, but... eh. Anyway. There have been good comic book moments. Even I have had Avenger teams that are based on comic book events. I just want to get good villain teams. I want to play villains. But... usually I've always just ended up doing Avenger teams because I can easily get like an actual team numbers with the Avengers. Meanwhile the evil teams always lack in the numbers to make it right. Hydra is something I also want to do because Avengers vs Hydra, that would be a fun game. I have Mrs. Hydra. I have... is it Serpent? Oh, it's like an Iron Fist enemy. That's a Hydra member. Those and Red Skull, but the Red Skull I have don't have Hydra keyword because Hydra technically didn't exist because that's an MCU Red Skull. So I don't have much to go by yet. But yeah, this is an important one. Why did Shield risk her life by jumping into the river? It should be obvious, but... well, think about it for a moment. What would be worth it? Could it be $2 million? Bwop, bwop, bwom. Yeah, for $2 million, many people would be willing to risk their life. It's like flat out. 2 million. It depends on how I would risk my life. Jumping off a bridge to water, most likely I would do it. I have been a good swimmer, although it's been so many years that I have last swam. Unfortunately, I haven't had the time and means to go swimming. So, but yeah, I should be able to survive the swimming part. I've been in very strong currents as well. The clothes is gonna be an issue. I haven't been swimming in clothes though. But $2 million. Ooh. Edgy boy is at a complete loss. But now, the one that's losing it, although secretly, is our witness. Let me yoink. Because Mia, you're on the point. This is one of the bad reasons, which kind of feels contradictory. Why she saying this, she knowing this right now? Why didn't she know everything like in the first case of the game? Because this happens before it. Mia knows way too little in that case. There should have been something to more indicate that she knows. And yeah, let me yoink. Take that as well. Because she is going towards the demon pose, so... we could be close of breaking the demon out. Could very well be. I'm gonna spoil. There is one last hurdle we need to get across before we get there. I love... let me actually eternalize this as well. I just love this judge's simplified form here. Like, just reminds me of a very cheap Tin Man in a activity scene of some sort. Very cheaply painted, just a pin shape. Echo of a human being. His shocked face doesn't help with it because it just looks a tad too unhumane. Feels like I just see all shock, not soul, behind it. Well, the demon has been drawn out. Hilarious. What do you mean is that you... The demon has been drawn out, but she doesn't look that different yet. We haven't seen the demon truly be out. This is just the demon acting out, not showing itself. And back to the cover. Yeah, it's always the evidence. Like, I bet she could just admit it. She could admit it all and then just say, but you don't have evidence towards this. And it would be left at that. Even if she would completely admit. It doesn't really matter that in actuality, that we don't have the evidence what happened to the diamond. The main point is, it's gone. But we are just getting to the last hurdle. Well, the issue here is we can get Terry to testify, but the reason how we get him to testify is quite of a Deus Ex Machina, I will just admit it, because normally the one who's accused, their testimony is not worth anything. Why would their testimony be accepted? But they are the only person left. This is doomed from the start. Yeah, scare the judge, that's a good thing to do. Show what kind of an animal you are. Well. No? If you really need water, coffee is not good. No. No. Don't drink the coffee. Bad. Stop. Well, it has happened. We can't help it. But yeah. Like, we already knew at like the break point. And he said he's ready to do anything for Dahlia. So, we know that he is going to alive to save her. Like, we knew that this would happen. Why? Why would Mia expect anything else? So we are gonna go pressing through it, even though I can admit we ain't gonna get much from it. Like, he is lying to his teeth. That's gonna continue. Busted! But nobody gives a shit about it. Isn't it odd? We knew this. She should have known this. He stated it from the get-go during the break. Why is Mia surprised? Yeah. The poor man is under the spell of horrendous temptations, which it's kind of sick because he knows he's gonna die, yet he's ready to lie in order to, well, sacrifice himself so someone who he knows he will never get, who will never appreciate even the sacrifice because he knows that they are evil, yet he's doing it all for her. It's twisted. I'm not sure in which one do we do this. Maybe it doesn't matter. I think this one should do. Because everything we need to say is just to showcase the photo. Boom. After all of this, he's just being the victim. But it's not his fault that he got under that horrible spell. But he didn't even try to fight it. He went with it, knowing there would be no reward of whatsoever. In the end, he rewards the one doing all the bad. Like I said earlier, he shouldn't have drank the coffee. It was not only bad for dehydration, it also made this possible. Yes. You cannot say that the prosecution was successful when the one standing suddenly falls down dead. Yeah, I bet those who haven't played this game know the Great Ace Attorney have seen somewhere pictures how the prosecutor in the Great Ace Attorney games just crushes the chalice in his hands. It wasn't the first time in the series we see it happening, although here we see. Actually, let me eternalize this because this is a very, very good poster material. But yeah, at least he actually suffers something from it. Shows result. His hand is cut open as it should. Meanwhile, in the Crazy Ace Attorney, no damage. And I have to assume that that cup must have been empty because his hand doesn't have burns, there wasn't coffee anywhere. In the Great Ace Attorney, the cups are filled, yet the damage is quite, well, nothing. You don't really see a splash. But yeah. It doesn't really make sense why Dahlia's nature wasn't revealed to us. Because Mia knew that she was a demon. So yeah, more hints what's to come, and boom, episode 4 complete. Episode 5, the final episode in the trilogy. Bridge to the Turnabout. So of course we're gonna save, and we'll save right here, and I won't showcase anything. You hear sounds, but stop hearing sounds, you got no visuals, because that's where we are gonna continue next time. The final case. It happened so quickly in the end. I don't yet know what's gonna replace the Ace Attorney streams when we're done. But not to fray. I wonder how many episodes it's gonna take. So I'm expecting it taking from 2 to 4 episodes. I shouldn't take more than that. So 2 to 4, most likely 3 or 4 streams before we are done. So yeah, most likely the 4. Yeah, 4. I'm just trying to remember how long that the case is. I'm expecting 4 streams. But yeah, I would like to thank everyone so much for joining. Scar for rating, and thus so many more joining from that. Hope you're gonna join me next time, which the next time is maybe in the weekend. I don't know. I do want to try to focus on painting. I want to make it so I would be painting a lot and not going anywhere. But I know that will crumble. So maybe there will be time for streaming as well. Possibly. Have to see. But what is certainly known, that you're gonna see me on Monday, and unless something very drastic happens, that is. But yeah, on Monday, I'm gonna continue with the Dark Crusade. Most likely, we are gonna take down Necrons. We already took down the Imperial Guard, so Necrons would be next on the banner. Then after that, you're gonna see me on Tuesday, where we continue with the Necromancer campaign in Heroes 5's last expansion, Tribes of the East. And then, next Thursday, we'll start with the final case in Days Attorney Trilogy. So once more, thanks so much for everyone joining. I'll see you guys later. Bye for now.